Okay, let me switch this. Do a little bit of that. Give me a second while I also get rid of yesterday's VOD because I don't really need it. There you go. And we can just record with that. Plenty of space because we actually went a decent amount of time yesterday. But we had some interesting, I wouldn't say revelations, just a lot of heavy plot happened yesterday. I actually, and I said this before on the Discord, but I kind of had a brief realization that I confirmed about a certain plot point for this game. And part of me is like, damn, but also part of me is not surprised. I'm not going to say nothing though, because I'm sure most people who are already watching this already know. And for those that don't, you know, we'll get there eventually.
Departing facility.
But we are back in old territory right now. We are way back at South Distro. And I got some work to do. Part of me wants to also hit up some of these other ghost mech sightings and shit. But the roads back here are getting fucked up. I want to see if I can put some pea crystals in the paver over here real quick. Because this shit looking kind of raggedy. That's not good. So we're at that point in this game's lifespan, I think, where a lot of people have already kind of beat it. And in situations like this where there's really heavy flooding all the time. Oh, which it just slowed down. Hell yeah. Thank goodness. It's been flooding like this for like a billion years, dude. It's crazy how long it's been just eroding stuff here. But that current just stopped. So I think as long as we can get these repaired, we'll be in a good place. Yeah, we're just gonna do this with raw pea crystal. That'll just be easier. A little bit more stable. Very good. Keep that fed a little. Ah, there we go. She's not waving or nothing. Yeah. Whoa, what was that jump? Turn, dude. Come on now. I think the speed of the road is fucking with it a little bit. What's something? He's already at 4. Do we have stuff for you? Oh, we do. We just don't really have a lot of other things. Whoa, what? There's fucking... Whoa, they're way back here? Jesus. Yeah, ghost mechs aren't fucking around right now. The paver for that's fucked. Let's connect your paver. We need a lot more ceramics. We got the pea crystals for it. 100%. I just need to get some ceramics from someone. In fact, if South Distro has enough, they got like 480 or something in here. We could shit that out, and we could finally get that all the way connected. I would not be opposed to that. Now, we do have a fair amount of zip lines already that handle a lot of this area. What did we get for that? 40. Not a lot, to be honest. But they're stingy with the carrots anyway, so I'm not surprised. Is there anything that goes out that way? There's things that do go towards there. But like, we already maxed out the birds. That's a recovery. Are both of these? Yeah. The dowser's almost done. Ceramics, but to the architect. And Peko Peko. It's a big chunk for him. I need a better way to get to, like, the easier way for us to get to him is normally from Northern Environmental, but like that's not where we're going to be coming to him from for the most part. We're mostly going to be coming from the north. Let me see something then. Not in trust cargo. Hot spring, PCC. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I just remembered. Yeah, we got a bunch of shit in here already anyway. Metals. Not a lot of ceramics. A lot of special alloys and shit. I'm gonna... Oh, but resin we need. I ain't donating shit. This is all for us, dude. In fact, if we're gonna do it that way, we might as well just do it from here. From just the regular facility storage. We're gonna do a big golden trust here. Yeah, we'll do it for that. I didn't realize that I had so much of this junk. It's probably from one of our other...
Your service in transporting this cargo is appreciated. The delivery will be assigned to another porter.
Wait. We can hold on to this for a little while. With our current data, I should get over to the northern. Do we have a lot of space in? No, we don't. No, we don't. What do I have in here then? Let's keep going. Also, can I recycle this from here? Yeah, I can. Ta-da! You can have that. Oh. Is it mostly just weapons and shit? Yeah. Also, I need this on my back. Oh, what the fuck? Brother. So a bunch of chemicals got picked up. I'm putting that in the locker. I don't really need that. Put it in the truck. Hell yeah. Okay. We need, if possible, more ceramics. I feel like we don't really have a lot of space right now. Moreover, what's the word? Oh, I didn't hear first. Well, at least turn my shit around. God damn it, I don't want to fucking... I don't want this bitch. Oh, you know what though? Hold on. Just, if I'm not gonna take it, I might as well use it, right? I forgot I wanted to do two things to the truck. Sorry that I'm going back and forth like this a lot. I want to remove or recycle. We'll recycle that. Get some better batteries in here. 2 batteries and then an anti-grav. And some armor just because. I'll be honest, a lot of the stuff that we can put on here, like, I don't trust that cannon not to murderize somebody. Like, if the version of the chiral cannon for here wasn't so crazy, I probably would have used it instead. But that's not the case. Alright, so we're in a situation where finally the currents here have calmed the fuck down. So hopefully the erosion here won't be so bad for a little while. Because it was like constantly storming and stuff. We know Akabar. Ooh, it's all fucked up. Yeah, you can definitely feel the speed difference between this and the level 2 highway, though. I'll tell you that much. Full free. But yeah, I think we're gonna try to go up there. We definitely don't have enough ceramic right now, but we could try to pillage these terrorists over here and see what they got too after we make our little visit to the environmental. Thank you, thank you. Hiding in the coffin board. Was there a coffin nearby? There must have been. Ooh. Paver here is really bad too, huh? It's tempting to... What is that? Is that just a rock? What the fuck is that? Is that... I think it's one of the statues or something. For a second, I thought it was just a weird fucking BT like sup. Like, huh? What am I looking at? Yeah, you need some P crystals, buddy. You're all fucked up. No, not upgrade. Repair. I guess I can feed you a little bit of metal too. That's fine. There you go. That helps. You feel steady. I'm also tempted to go and fight the BTs in that area over there just to make sure that we have enough chiral crystals on hand for other things, as we're still expanding the highway to the north, among other things. I'm gonna drop this out because otherwise I'm not gonna remember.
I certainly wasn't expecting.
I bet you weren't, dude. It's okay.
Order completed.
Order completed.
Well done.
What do we got? It's just a bunch of shit for the inventor. What? We could do this. And if we're gonna do that, we might as well do this. Yeah. Okay. All right. We'll load up. Brother looking like shit these days. That's rough. I don't think we got any other... Well, we're not using this anymore. Just kind of a shame. Making me sad. Wouldn't he? Look at the little Carol guy. Wearing my hat.
Order accepted. Thank you.
I see something. Or a special ally, but that's about it. I don't really need that for what we're trying to do right now. Good morning. Hi, Poofy. Hopefully you're doing good today. We're doing more delivery shit. Let's see, you're probably at work today then, huh? 'Cause it's Monday. I'm doing good. Hung out with some buddies yesterday. We ended up watching Jurassic Park, actually. Oh my god, bro. Move! Dive for it, I gotta go! Get out of the way! Yeah, that was a good one. We did not watch more Dandadan though. Oh, we just had other stuff to do. I like conked out right after and then just want to get started once I woke up. Is there a better spot for me to like chill? Wait. Construction request watchtower. Oh, okay. Do I have a level 1 PCC on me? No, probably not. Damn, the one time. Fuck. Hold on. Do I have one in here? Like, did you pick one up? Let me see. Let me see. It would suck to have to use a level 2 for that. I think I'm gonna have to. Because I do want to get some more stuff for him when it comes to his star rating and all that. We can just get rid of this later. No big.
Everything seems to be in the right place.
Great job, Sam.
And it also means you can take a look-see at these guys anyway, because I see a car patrol already. Lord knows what else they got going on.
Construction process now complete.
Hello? The hell are you doing? Ooh, ceramics. Fuck yeah. That's that good shit. A lot of container repair. I don't really need all that. Oh, it's a PCC level 1. Son of a bitch. Should've just hit that first. Yeah, a lot of the times they don't have level 2s in these places, which is a bit of a shame, but it is what it is. Peeping. Oh, still looking right there. Yeah. Anybody else? Oh, that's a community one. Nah, I think that's it. Okay. Thanks for the watchtower, Sam. I hope it makes our lives a bit easier. One thing I noticed from observing the enemy, they seem to have clearly defined roles and posts. Guess they're more disciplined than I thought. We already watched this on the other day. That's before we got blown the fuck up. Also very curious about the whole fisherman thing. It seems like we're gonna be fighting like a big BT at some point. Special feature. Hey, stop falling, brother. Oh my god, please. 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 I know you got a lot of stuff on you, but come on. Just grab onto the rock. I know, we're putting in work today, dude. It's time. Hi, everybody. Oh, I don't think I have any decoy rounds, do I? Nah, not really. EX catcher, stealth, but it's a little late for that. Not a big deal, though. That other guy's still over there, yeah. There's one like right here too. Oh hi! Night night. Oh, another one. That buddy, don't turn around. Don't you do it. Night night. Just a little cardiac arrest for you, no problem. Oh, speaking of electric shots like that, they had that one scene in Jurassic Park where they were trying to climb down that electrified fence and the kid gets zapped for like 10,000 volts and they somehow like bring him back. I'm like, damn dude, nah, he'd be dust. That's crazy. They haven't sounded the alarm, but I guess they're feeling a little nosy. What? Shit. Look. Go to bed! Oh, the jig is up. It's time to beat that ass! Ow, 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 ow. Coming? Yeah, here comes one. Guy's actually on an MG emplacement. Shit. Hold on. You don't gotta readjust or anything, dude. It's fine. That other guy's hauling ass at me. Badunk. What do we got? Couple. High five. Thank you. Oh, they got a truck. Whoa, he's got a fucking rocket launcher on that bitch. Ooh. Oh, we got one more. One more thump thump. Oop. Oh, that tapped him. All right. Good. Let me jack this real quick to go get to mine. Then we shall pillage. Yippee. Ohio. No. Don't think so. No, no. Don't run his head over. Don't do it. It looks like there's actually stuff back here. What's in this? Is it just like weapons and stuff? Oh god, this is not. I'm not gonna touch this. Oh, it's gonna let me fall. Yep. That's okay. I just need to get to my truck so it doesn't freak out and be like, you abandoned your thing. I didn't abandon shit. What's in this? Nothing? Oh, it's just a graphic. Goddamn. Boo. He lied to me. What the hecky? Honestly, yeah. I mean, if it did have stuff, it would have probably set it over top of the truck. So I should have figured. See how much space we really had to grab anything. So we have a good amount of junk with us already. But if we finish up our other delivery fast enough and go back and forth to the paver, these guys will probably still be out by the time we get back. We'll see. I want that. I want. Primarily, we're looking for ceramics. Chemicals, resins, whatever. How about this one? I think that's it, right? Yep. Metal and ceramic. I'll take both.
Snag it.
No problem. Grab that. Thank you.
That's the way.
Let me grab the resins. I don't really need the chemicals though. I'm gonna leave that by itself. Fluid for growing artificial organs. Again. I need to put this shit off of my back because it just keeps getting shot to hell and back. Did I? Hold on. Is that what I just did? I think I did. I don't know. Doesn't seem like it. Maybe I did. Yeah, I guess I did. Good. Whatever. Okay. Get in the truck, brother. Feels like I probably put it in that storage thing like a weirdo. Maybe I just don't recall. There's normally some sort of thing here. What is that? Oh, that's a big boy. But I gotta go up there for that. Hold on. Hold on, let me go haul it up. That might be the limits of what we can do. Stop falling over. I got a fucking level 3 leggies, brother. What are you doing? Tilting all over yourself and shit. There it is. Where are you? Come here.
Back up.
Back off. It's like a tick at this point. Grab your other side. There you go. And you dropping shit. Oh.
Back up.
Put that down. Need that oxygen mask, actually. I wish that could be in like a utility thing or like off the side of his body or whatever. Faster. Faster. Yeah. Yeah, mule. Yeah. In there. Ding dong. I feel like there was probably some stuff in that other big building. Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah. No, what did you just grab? Actually, that's fine.
Snag.
We don't need a lot of metal right now. Also, a lot of these are kind of little. That one's not. It's a 400. Oh my god, you gotta be shitty, Barry. Couldn't turn fast enough, huh? Chemicals. Didn't I see? Maybe not. Shotgun, metals. Plenty of metals. Jesus. Metals all day. Maybe it was further back and I didn't realize. No. And even these are metals. Yeah. Oh, special alloy for that one at least. Well, we'll settle with what we got then. Kinda wanna keep going before I find another way to damage more of this shit, Lord knows. I need to get on the highway. Get up. There. Okay, so we're gonna head up to that paver and then go towards the animal shelter. Oh, it's raining over here. Time fall shelter? Oh, by these guys. Do I have a PCC? Did you grab one? Nah, if you did, I probably would have seen it already up here. And put these in the pouch. Hell yeah. Also, what's the damage on these? 7? That's not awful. I feel like I'm gonna have to make some more level 2s at this point. What a pain. Okay, well that's the case.
Back up.
Time to do it.
Back up. Back up.
Construction process now complete.
Keeping animals dry. Really, that's it? Thanks for building a timefall shelter, Sam. It's put my mind at ease. Some animals have known to take refuge under these structures as well. If you find yourself sharing a shelter with an animal, please rescue them by taking them to us. If they come over here, use it as bait to put them in a bag. It's silly, but yeah, I guess. So yeah, sometimes, and most of the time, the ones that they send us out for tend to be timefall resistant, but obviously there are some that aren't. And if they make it in time before the timefall really starts to come down, they can make sure that they don't accelerate to death. Ooh, got an upside down rainbow over there. Oh my god. There's a paver here. Come on. He is there. Oh, oh, oh. There we go. I don't think I have enough ceramics to finish it. Oh, no, we're good. Hell yeah. So you finally had this stretch of road done. Obviously, depending on how we're really doing things, either on foot or otherwise, we still have that chunk of the zipline done, too. But now we got this as a backup for in our truck. Now, the only thing about this that I'm realizing now is that, like, it does not go anywhere near this. And we still need to really work our way across all this rock and shit. So I should probably turn around and go towards the generator and just go across. One thing I'm surprised about is that they didn't put ghost mechs here. This whole Rainbow Valley spot, nothing. They did put one here. Alright, so we gotta look around. Some of this is for the animal shelter. In fact, these couple of bridges will probably help us as markers. Get out of here. Nice stupid little chiral creatures. Fuck off. Sorry, our little birdie buddy that we dropped off somewhere. He made it.
Wow. You're working late, aren't you? I'll try not to keep you waiting too long. No real problems that I can see. You gone out and found us an animal, eh? Thanks, Sam. We'll make sure they're well cared
Rare specimen rescuer. Oh, the white one. Yeah. Nice. Huzzah.
Now displaying
Yippee.
It can get pretty dark around here, so watch your step. Seriously.
Order complete. Well done.
What do we got? Anything for... No, let's... Do not submerge and recover animal first aid kits. Oh, we got one for you, though. I'm already on the way towards them, so fuck it. Especially because we just dropped off a bunch of material at a paver too, so like we got a little bit of space. That's good. Do I want to try that? I don't know. That's really far away. But we could try to use that other area across there when we come back and just go through there. Aged excrement extract. Yuck. Ew. Yuggy. How could it be like that? Screw it though. I'm gonna do these. I'll figure it out. Just give me this shit, brother. We're tracking today.
Thank you.
Get back to our regularly scheduled bullshit. Oh, I just realized something. No. Get that tree out of my face, dude. Get that tree up out of here. No, we gotta go this way. You gotta go this way to do what I want to do. There's so many of them. Oh god. Kill these little chiral creatures. Oh my god. Oh. Ooh. Oh, grab that. Oh, that means we're at capacity, so I didn't even know we just dropped the shit goddamn. Alright, On the road. Whee! This is one of those areas where it's a little bit... I'm almost tempted to put on the auto drive, but like... we gotta keep peeling off the road to go where we want to go in these areas. In fact, I might have to do it pretty soon here, yeah? Wait, what? Ooh, that's not good. How did I get it there that fast? I didn't even realize. Shit, hold on. Fuck. That's fine. Hey, I'm not gonna be able to get that there in time. That's not bad. Although, man, from there to here, that's kind of crazy. I would legitimately have to have a zip ready for that. And it's somewhat possible. But making it all the way through this? I don't know about that. There might not be enough. Like, maybe that can see that? I don't think so, though. There probably need to be another one. And definitely would need to make one near here for it to connect to. I mean, even if the highways are faster, even. And we were starting it from here instead. Like, I don't think you can make this drive from here to here in that much time. I think we can, yeah, we can drop up here on the right for this guy.
Wow, just... we didn't think we'd ever get this. Sam,
Let's go.
we have nothing but gratitude for everything you've done. I hope this gift serves as proof of how we feel.
On the sparkling electrobiote.
Oh, your on-site allocation of materials has been increased. Take as much as you like.
Now displaying your current order grade.
It's crazy to think of all the orders you've processed for us up to now. As this facility's representative, let me thank you again for that. You and Rainey and all the others at Drawbridge have done so much for us here. And that's evident from how much the local ecology has improved ever since you started helping us. You know, if you're ever feeling tired and you're in the area, swing by and we'll put you up for the night. It's no bother at all. Giving you a place to stay is the very least we can do. I mean it, Sam. We'll keep the porch light on for you.
Thank you.
Order completed. Well
Let's
done.
see. Do you have anything that goes to... Oh, yeah, one that goes to the shelter. We can do that. Oh, it's a recovery mission. No, fuck. Way over there. God damn. No, that's not happening. Oh, if we do that, I'm probably going to have to zip. I could probably do it. Hell, I don't know if being that far away from this is going to be an issue for where we're at, though. I hope not. In that regard, I am going to save. Just in case, because if it is, then I'll just go back. But yeah, he's almost maxed out too. This might actually do it. But that being said, I got a lot of shit on me. Will I have... Well, you know what? Hold on. Do I have a cargo carrier? You know what? I don't, do I? Oh, that's not good. Hold on. I gotta fix that.
Beckel.
Shut up. Do I have one in personal storage? Although, I'll put that in the truck. Just a reflex at this point. Do I have the room in the utility? Oh, I do. Do I have room for 2 in the utility? Yeah, I do. Hell yeah. How about... no. Okay, I have to make one then. Damn. Not a big deal. Damn, 900? Shit. Easy. Put it on your back. Carry it in your hand, I guess. And then put it down.
Beckel.
There we go, attach this like immediately. There we go. So we're gonna have to immediately put this order on our cart. No, not that one. Return to order list. Okay.
Order accept. Beckel. Thank you.
Fingers crossed that we can make this work. Let's go, run. Oh, you know what though? Is this gonna be able to see anything? It can, but I don't know if I can go back up from that way. We'll see. Because this is usually kind of a dangerous spot. I don't know how you would express deliver that even normally. Damn.
There's our corner.
Back off.
Yeah, screw it. No, I'm gonna redo it. I'm gonna redo it because that pissed me off.
Let's get a move on.
I'm gonna see if going up the other way would be faster. I don't think so. I think we just had more time last time to do it. But we'll see. Because yeah, doing that other fork was just a lot more out of the way.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Can't wait until my next hit. Good luck out there. Yeah! Yay! Ah!
Go! Yeah, I think that first jump was just too out of the way. This just cuts right through, so that's fine.
Ah!
Take a load off once in a while.
Back myself off real quick.
There's our corner.
Go, 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 go. Whew.
Hey, Sam. It's really great to see you again. Let me just check the orders. I'm stunned. You are so fast. Sam, you're the best of the best. And I want you to accept this.
I love BB. Oh, that's sad.
I want to raise the limit on the materials you can access here.
Always good to have more bandwidth.
Seriously? Wow. I still can't believe you've come to visit me so many times. You know, I've used my connections to share all kinds of weapons data with you, but if I had my wish, we'd live in a world without any weapons. Instead of guns and knives, we could take up instruments and jam with each other. Wouldn't that be cool? Music is a medium that can unite people. If we could jam, I bet you and me would put on a wonderful show. By the way, if you're ever feeling really tired, you're always welcome to stay here. Oh, and I've got another killer tune for you. Guaranteed to soothe your ka and ha like nothing else. Keep on keeping on, Sam.
Thank you.
Order completed. Well done.
Back off. Back off.
Shut up. That's it.
Back Back off.
Why you going back so much? Wait, why are there strands over here? There's a lot of strands, actually. Oh, is that because this is the tar lake? No, this is the other. Yeah, that's why.
Back up.
Alright, I'm taking the hat off. Taking the hat off. Shh. Quiet. Making too much noise. That plate gate's massive. Like, you can see it from way over here. But actually, we gotta get back to our cargo. I can't fuck around too much. Run. If there's anything that I can take back, might as well. Yeah, hold on a second. What do you got? No. I already maxed him out. Yeah. Well, we'll let all these sit then. I just gotta go back. Because if it starts to throw a fit that I've been gone for too long, that's gonna be an issue.
There's our foreigner.
Hey, little brother. Get in there.
I'm rooting for you.
I love that they pretty much just had their own Final Fantasy VII like highway sequence. That's all that was. That was so cool. Well, we've abducted a little animal. Guess I'll take this to the shelter on the way to the environmental.
Glad we can count on you.
We should be close enough that it won't throw too much of a fit. Just got a little bit of weight on us. Not a problem. Was there anything that goes to there? I think that might be the only thing. No, real talk, I still don't know how we're gonna do that run to the meta. For the express one? I'm gonna have to make another zip line for that. Because there's no way we're doing that on foot. Let alone by truck. Like that area that we gotta cut through is like way too rocky. I guess you could do it by coffin if you were just like really on top of it, right? You just Tony Hawk the bitch or something, but like doesn't seem super worth it. If we really wanted to do that, though... I think we're gonna go to environmental first. And then we're gonna come back up. I don't have any buddies that play on PlayStation. Ooh. Wait. Wait. There's a little critter or something over there then. So yeah, fork here, fork there. Those might be able to see each other, but I doubt it. I'm gonna look. Where is it? Is it down there? What? No, it's a head. Okay, I'm stupid. Never mind. I'm a dummy. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Ooh. It's not that. Maybe it is. It's not too far out the path. Yeah, that should be able to see that. Right. It's Spike! Or Wisconsin Spiker. You at work, sir? What the hell? What? The thing on my cart is an animal. Sleepy. Shit. Yeah, I woke up and immediately was like, I gotta go stream before I go to work later.
Which is why it is known as the Windy Plateau.
I was gonna say, because I figured you were sleepy. Because we didn't even watch Dan to Dan. It's like, nah, we gotta do our gaming first. Oh, day out today? Hell yeah, that's right.
That offers an excellent view of the giant Tar Lake.
Just can't see anything except for that, but that doesn't go where we need to go. It needs to be further that way. What is A? Look at B. B's that way. So we'd have to put it over there somewhere. Okay. That might not be awful. We'll see. Whoa, what the fuck? This is a bunch of fuck off, you little shitters. They're these stupid little spiders. Bad. Hey. Promise for a day. Dougie Dougie. Yeah, no rush. I just kind of realized after you guys took off for Persona, I was like, oh shit, wait a minute. Ooh. They're talking about Chainsaw Man's gonna get new shit. A couple other shows are finally getting new seasons and stuff. I don't know if the current season or run of episodes for Dan is done at this point. It might be close. But there's some pretty cool stuff that happens in the later episodes we haven't gotten to yet for sure. I will not say anything because I do not want to spoil, but I keep seeing clips when they first came out and it was really fun. Also, the new season of One Punch Man, the intro for it actually has a Gundam Wing reference of a sort. If you remember how the Wing Gundam punches in like 3 times when it's like boosting forward and shit, they do that with a mech in there, or like a robotic character in there. And like I saw a QRT, like, is that a goddamn Gundam Wing reference? What the fuck? Yeah, it looks like one to me, brother. Okay, why is it flooding again? It was just not flooding the other day. Now it's all fucked up. I'm kind of tempted to try to go over here and tell him, hey, break it up with that shit. What are you doing? Yeah, we might do that. We were doing so good and then the weather got all fucky again. I forgot that I had the thing. Oh, I'm being moved to the computer. Oh, be gentle.
Out working even in this rain, are you? I'll bring up the order. Amazing. You handled this delivery with the utmost care. Great work.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
His last star
I
is
was
stubborn
thinking
as hell.
This might be of use to you. I want you to have it, please.
But this, I swear to God, if it's a carrier, I'm losing my mind. What is it? Let's go. I don't need this. What the? Rudder. Put that there. Gaming with Ace, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Hopefully you're doing good today.
The rivers around here flood sometimes when it rains hard.
Sometimes.
Don't get washed away now, you hear?
It's been raining around here like a motherfucker for like days and days. I could probably get this to him. Yeah, further. There we go.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Let me get this animal out for my thing. The rest seem cool. Okay. Get in there. Boop. Ooh, hold on. Wait a minute. I thought I had materials I could put away. There it is. Yeah, put that in there. Put it in the truck. Pick it up. Pick it up. This has got a big old stack. Oh yeah.
I'm counting on you.
Kinda want to investigate this BT area. What did you just grab? Oh my god, more hot spring shit. Oh, you know what? How far away is the affected area? Oh, there's a request here too. New types of handgun? Oh. Okay, hold on. Let's do that first then. They've been sitting here for a minute too, you can tell. I don't know if I'm gonna have enough space, because you just grabbed a big old thing of bullshit. God damn it. But... grab that.
That's the way.
And grab a this.
You're mine.
Dahlman's been awful quiet. Probably for the best.
Snag it. That's the way.
Okay, let's take this to him then. Let's see if this unlocks something. Whatever this supposed new handgun is. We can also stop at here, get sprayed up, and repair our truck. Finally, the rain stopped, thank goodness. Yippee. And then it started again. Never mind, I spoke too soon.
Patched up and good to go.
Patched up and good to go. Container conditions are good. Wait, what? Why is that there? Is that from a player? Yeah. Delivery. Oh my god, you didn't put it up there somehow, did you? Delivery of what? Let me see nothing. Weird. Maybe that's what that other container I found was, and it was just way off from where it should have been. I got a funky new gun, brother. What is this?
Hello, good to see you again. I'm bringing up the order information now. Where did you dig up this cargo? I can't believe it. What a...
Now displaying your current porter grade.
Thanks for coming. We hope to see you again.
Heck. Give me that gun.
Order complete.
Hey.
Well done.
Hurt. It's interesting because it looked like an old SOCOM.
Appreciate you as always.
It's like right there. Yeah. What a surprise. What is it? Is it a squirt gun? It's for retrieving the cargo for me, Sam. I had to look inside and it turns out it was a water pistol. Can't believe we got so freaked out about it. I guess we really were on edge. That is just a water SOCOM. That's kind of neat. Pew pew. Dig it. Although to be honest, if you found a way to fucking store that with timefall, that would be a little scary. It's like a fucking acid attack, except worse. Alright, let me store this bad boy. I'm also gonna see if you got any. Ooh, I'll take that, thank you. Oh, I don't have enough room in my utility for that, but... Let's take a quick nap. That way we can reload that other gun that we have with us. Hi. Have our breakfast. Tea and bugs. Wouldn't you guys be happy to have tea and bugs every day?
That sure looked good, Sam. Sam, been a while since you had a proper shower, wouldn't you say? So, operations at the Eastern Environmental Observatory are managed by just one man. All alone in the mountain.
Why is this fucking behind
Very
you?
stressful.
Because
Survive in such hole.
that's the Oshi of the wasteland.
But what no doubt served to give him immediate comfort was the presence of a helpful soul. You, Sam. Porters can be bearers of light for those struggling in darkness. You'll not soon forget what you've done, nor the warmth that filled his heart when you arrived.
You know, one thing that it's a little bit weird that we can't do without it just being on like our personal player is that we can't have our rest areas have music playing. There's no like boombox or anything. So we got it on here. Creating playlists. But all this is also copyrighted, so that's not really a good idea. It'd be funny if you could just have like save room music. Yeah. Alright, we're all showered up. To the surface. Ooh, the rain let up again. So there's not too many variants in terms of different BTs. We got the whale version, we got the lion version for our little Pokemon BTs. In fact, we can probably use one of them in this fight, depending on what you run into.
Hell yeah!
Oh yeah! Woo! That's crazy. Just straight up doing Sonic flips and shit. Let me see something. Are we close? Oh, we overshot. We overshot real tough. Hold on. Whoops. It didn't bust my truck back out, did it? Hope not. And it's stored for a reason. Oh, you can see the whiffs on this. What did I say? We're probably like right on top of it. Chemicals. But nothing else really happening right away. I don't want that. Stop falling. Drop it. They're really not gonna jump us, huh? I don't know. If there's nothing going on, there's nothing going on. Alright, let's try to get to the architect then. We'll go up around the back of the environmental facility. These fucking Cairo fishers are yuggy. Alright. So we have to put everything that we got back into the truck. Oh, they put the... Really? They didn't store him? You're just bopping around right here? What the fuck? Why? No, don't rest. Yeah. Into the truck. Oh yeah. And then the Quokka. Into the truck. Alright. Up. Start clambering a little. Gotta make our way up and around this way. Nice.
Snack.
That's fine because we're probably gonna be near some liners for the mines over here too pretty soon. We can try to drop off some of that and the special alloys into those. Did we activate the mine itself? Is this up and running? I think it is. Let me double check. Yeah, the chargers are up. Is there anything here? Oh, there is. Oh, so many ceramics, brother. Hold on, I'm coming back for that. Oh, you better believe. That's right, there's a ceramics mine here. Alright, hold on, let me drop some shit off. I got some pea crystals. No, no. Oh, not a lot of special alloys though. We got just enough. Boom, boom, boom. Hell yeah. I think there's one more liner that we gotta finish. Oh no, it's moving stuff. What? Is that real? Are we done with this line? Oh shit. Okay. And then we see the other liner this way, and it goes towards other stuff. Up and around, probably towards... Probably not southern. Probably just this. One way or the other. But hell yeah, so we got a monorail line to East Distro. From the Tar Lake. Easy peasy. Hell yeah. That also means that we have more room for our ceramics. Taking it. In fact, there might be some already stored in here from last time. I'm gonna see how much the truck can just grab, and then I'm gonna put the rest into physical storage.
That's the way. Snack.
Oh yeah.
That's the way. Gotcha.
Okay. Let me put the rest in here. And then forget that we put it here. Because of course we will. Duh. Check out. I ain't sharing shit. I bet you there's already ceramics in here that I'm gonna take. Tell you that much. Oh yeah. Let's go into personal storage as well. A private locker. Is that just next to something? That's weird. Okay. Sorry, make some room here. Alright. So we got a good storage of ceramics. We just gotta remember to come here. To come grab it at some point. Let's go head out to the meta. Oh god. Oh, hold on, wait a minute. Let me high five all this. Always good to have extra. Wait, what the? Oh, hold on a second. What is it? Oh, fucking the bats. Goddamn. Hey, leave me alone. I got one of your buddies hostage. He's just a little guy. I'm glad I remembered, because yeah, this whole area just has a shit ton of stupid little chiral creatures like spiders and stuff, and these guys flying around. Mind your business. That's the Hartman lab. Okay, never mind. Let's do this first. Is this right here? Oh my god, please! Oh, I almost ran him over. I almost ran him over. I've only done it once, and I felt like a monster. I didn't even realize he was there, just squish. And they dock you likes for that. Like, what the hell are you doing, brother? You're just running over animals and shit. What's wrong with you? I got some stuff for you.
Glad you can make it.
Oh, Chiral
I'll
buddy
need
still
a
hanging
moment
out.
to review order data, so sit tight.
Yeah.
Seriously, this cargo looks absolutely amazing. Thanks for the extra cargo drop. Could have sworn it was lost for good. Sorry for asking for help all
What
the
is
time.
that? Electrical
I'll
trap.
give you this as thanks.
A thrown weapon which electrocutes any enemies that trigger its sensors. Deployed trap will connect to other traps within range. Enemies which pass between two connected traps will be electrocuted. Interesting.
I'm increasing your materials allocation. Use them for whatever you need.
Imagine just making a giant fence around the terrorist encampments and being like, hey, walk into this. Bitch.
These electric traps are great. Got me out of trouble more than a few times.
Mm-hmm.
Any enemies that get too close will be zapped by a powerful shock, potentially knocking them out. And if you set up 2 or more in an area, the closest traps will be linked to each other, meaning that any enemies who happen to pass between them will be subjected to a shock as well. It's a good idea to prepare countermeasures when you're worried someone might come after you. I whipped these up when I needed something to defend myself. And yeah, they really work.
Speaking of electrified fences from earlier. What is this? Hold on, I'm looking at something real quick. It's very vague. No idea. No. Ooh, hell yeah. Put that on my back, brother. What kind of orders do you have here? Oh, okay. I might actually do that real quick. Ammo for Samson. Muscle-bound Porter Wars. Super Porter Wars. Wow. Oh, and of course. He's so far away from everything. No one delivers stuff to the meta, I guess. they don't care about that lady. They're like, nah, leave that girl alone. Oh, you know what? I can't do these right now. Fuck. I can probably do the manga. Oh, why did I do this one? Hold on. That's my bad. That's the wrong one anyway. Hold on. Whoops. Not this one. No, hold on. Stop. This one. Ooh, they're all small.
Order accepted.
I think some of the other stuff that we had was pretty, like, just heavy. No, are you kidding me? That makes me sad. No, don't drop that off. What the fuck? Pick that up. Hold on. I'm gonna do this then. Hold on. There's some weapons and stuff I can take off of here. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Do I have a spot in my pouch for this? Really? I thought I would. Shit. Attach suit. Wear suit. I still can't put anything in that BB slot, huh? We haven't got anything that necessarily... Whoa. Can't move my cursor. What the fuck's going on here? The menu locked up. Ah, did the game actually break? Hold on. Huh. There goes a soft lock. That's weird. It's the first time it's done that before. Alright, let's see where that puts us then. Alright, we're right here again. Weird. What orders do we have then? Don't have any. Okay. So, we could try to also just fill out some pavers and shit. There's one here that needs some ceramics and metals. There's also the ones that come up here to the Lone Commander. In fact, that one's pretty close to being done. It's tempting to find something that goes to East Distro and get her done. You can also just drive or train there and then go from there. Yeah, I'm not gonna screw this other stuff right now then. fucking jostled over here. Ugh. I'm gonna try to grab some of these bugs. Come here. Kind of neat that they like shack up next to generators like that in these mine areas. If I knew that there were some more reliable zip connectors, then we would probably just do that instead of the monorail for this first leg, but that's something that we can try to establish over there if we really need to, so we can just cut across. But for now, we're gonna use the monorail. There's only one way we can go until that other part of the network gets put up. We might also investigate that southern area and see if we can find or see what that's a part of. Brand new monorail line.
Yeah!
I don't know why they have such a thing for us always having to be exposed to the elements. Like, just give us a little cabin to sit in. The fuck do I gotta hang off of this thing for?
Fucking rocks!
Oh well.
Woo-hoo!
I don't know how I could get away with jumping down from here. You see how fucking steep that is? You're crazy. It's a little bit chilly over here. Alright, we're almost there. Then we could also see about dropping off whatever other materials we have for that other liner. I don't think we have a lot of special alloy or anything right now though, but we'll still look at it because it's right there. Also see and take a gander at what kind of orders this guy's got going on. Recovery. Oh, great. And then Rich Ross. Oh, God, really? Look, I mean, we could drive up there. It's probably doable. I don't know if I'd want to, but we could. Not impossible. Oh, wow, really? We're actually doing alright then. I am a little surprised. Very impressed. Immediately we get time fall though, so we're probably gonna need it. So many. Is there something up there that I'm not aware of? Because there's like several things that let you climb up there. Got an P crystal. We do not have the special alloy though. Yeah, but we don't need a lot for this. But the other part of the network that we need for this to connect to anything and wherever this is gonna go, we don't have yet, so it's not really urgent. Not super urgent. This still needs a lot, unfortunately. I think the one further away is a lot more doable, but I'd rather get this one done so that we can go that way easier. Not bad though. So we only need a little bit more metal. Only a little bit more metal and ceramics. Still needs like 850. We could do another train ride to get the rest of the ceramics pretty easy. There is a mine this way. But I don't remember. What does it give? It's more ceramics. There's a metal. There's gotta be a metal mine somewhere though, right? Like, I'm not crazy about that. I'm trying to remember. Well, obviously there's a mine that is here. Where is it? That special alloy, actually. That special alloy, and I think the one here is special alloy. No, it's a resins. Is there not a metal mine anywhere? What the fuck? Goddamn. Because I bet you the one... This is the only other one I remember that we have connected. Because there is one here. But we haven't gotten this on the network yet, so that doesn't really matter. The only other one that I know is the Savannah mine. And that's special... Oh, we don't know yet, because it's not restored yet. Hopefully that's metal. It'd be nice if it was. Shit. These other ones aren't. Fucking damn it. There is another tiny mine here. Where is it? Twin Valley mine. And it's chemicals. Okay, well, it's not a big deal. It's just chemicals. Is there another one? Oh, there is. Northeastern. Northeastern is metal. Ah, okay. But that's not very easy to link up to. Eastport not also has a monorail that goes out back. That assumes that it goes to Southport. Southport doesn't have a back port, which means that the monorail that goes from East Distro must just go to this. And it's gonna be a while until we actually have that up and running. Damn. Okay, shit. So we got the ceramics in the middle. I'm gonna see if we just have enough on site to start that. Because that should get us across a decent amount of stuff. If so. What did I just grab? What the... Why was that just on the floor? What the fuck's going on over here? Do you guys have anything else? No. Plenty of shit that's not material though, damn. Combat boots, sneaking boots. A bunch of lost cargo. All these in here. Put in the efforter. We'll take what we need over there. Actually, hold on. This should be damaged enough that I can just turn it around this way. And also keep it topped off.
As good as new to me.
Okay. That's better. Whee! I'd say it's still raining like a motherfucker over here, but you know, whatever. I'm on top of this stupid thing. Whoops. Get off of that shit. What are you doing? Yeah, we didn't really need that much metal. That's my bad. It's gonna take all of these to even get it done anyway. Boom, boom. See, so that bridges us pretty good. I think that's gonna be a rough drop, though. Let me grab this. Put this in the truck.
Got a little cargo on the shelf in the back.
In the back. Let's take a look at this and where this goes. Does that road reach far enough for us to just not drop off the edge? I have a feeling the answer is no, unfortunately. Oh, we're off network here.
Now leaving viral network coverage.
So where does this cut in? It cuts across. But it does let us go. So there's potentially something here. I don't know what this is. I'm gonna put that marker back. Is that somewhere for us to investigate? Or is that just some ruins? I don't know. But obviously there's a... The pavers don't really need to be on the network in order to be made. But if we want anyone to contribute stuff to them to make it easier for us, then we do want it on the network. So that one we're gonna ignore.
What's that one?
Where's our marker that I just put? Is it near here? Or is it way far off? No, it's like right under us. It's like right here somewhere. Yeah. There is no... Oh, hold on. That might be a lie. I was about to be like, there is no easy way to get to any of this. But we might be able to pull it off from here. Yeah, here we go. Gotta be careful though. Also, look at all that ice over there. Oh my god, I said I was gonna be careful and then it just made me go really fast. Hey, there is a shelter here though, look at that. What are you, dude? There's nothing that I can pick up in this area. So this might be something we have to do later, unfortunately. Mr. Impossible? That's kind of silly. I found you, brother. Talk to me. Damn, okay. So nothing.
Be advised that time possible is followed.
So, I don't know if this is someone that we can find cargo for. I have a feeling that we have to do the next story beat in order for this to be a thing. Which is unfortunate, because it feels like it's really out of the way. But yeah, like, we have cargo here, but it's like for the architect and shit. This is goofy. Alright, let's go back up then. I'm gonna try to go to the lone survivor real quick. Come on, grab it. Come on. I'm not getting out. I'll tell you that right now. These bitch-ass trees out of my way.
Snag.
Alright, so there is a person there. But it's gonna be a while until we can really do anything. Mr. Impossible, huh? Alright, let's further investigate our way this way. Oh god, the tree. The tree. Oh, is this one also not on the network right now? Yeah, but this is another one that we need. Or is this the one that we ran into? That might be the one we ran into, to be honest. Let's keep going. So zip lines this way aren't gonna work because they need the chiral network in order to interconnect, and there's too much distance between these anyway.
Now entering chiral network coverage.
Snag.
Chronobiologist. Got your recharge here, good. Why is there Hartman's lab cargo here? I'm not going all the way over there for some lost cargo. You're crazy. He's gonna try to pick it up too.
What's that one?
Wowzer!
That's not a hologram. Here we go.
Good day, Sam.
Thank you. Wait, what? Where were you about to grab?
Appreciate you coming, Sam.
Whoa, from way over there? What the fuck? Damn. That seems a little far away. Hold on, I'll rearrange myself here.
Ah, it's you again. I'll get on with checking the orders then. Of all the things I never expected to receive, you bloody ripper. Bloke like you should be able to make good use of this data.
Ooh,
Take a
got
look.
some fucking Metal Gear shit. This is a little too late considering how much armor people have, but, you know, I appreciate it.
How are you doing for materials? Because I'm upping the amount you can use for fabrication. My way of saying thanks.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
I've shared a schematic for a new weapon with you. A silenced handgun. It's chambered for tranquilizer rounds. Pop someone in the noggin and they'll drop like a rock. Effect's the same if you hit them anywhere else, actually. Just takes longer to kick in. This little fella can be very useful for when you want to remain unnoticed while sneaking through enemy territory. Matter of fact, I once secured an entire enemy outpost with one of these.
Ooh.
So bear in mind it's got that kind of potential. Hope it serves you well in the field.
Gotta make them all go eat.
Order complete. Well done.
Oh, and of course, both of his are recoveries. I'm not doing. That's way out there. Yeah, we can do both. Fuck it. We're definitely doing the first one first, though. And
Order accepted.
I almost want to leave the truck, but I don't think we're gonna have enough space for that. One thing that's not here, even though there seems to be a lot of communal structures here, I don't know if there's a shelter here. It's a lot of requests for shit. I don't think we need to have this stuff to be kicking around here, to be honest. Get it out of the way. It's mucking up the place. We could use that coffin board too. Starting even here. Fuck. Okay, hold on. If that's true. Yeah, we're gonna leave the truck here then. I got a cargo carrier. I'm pretty sure, so if that's the case. Yeah, I got a floating carrier. I'll just use that. And we do have some stuff to attach to here. If I really want to use that coffin, I guess. But I think we are going to just duke it out as best as we can here first, because I just want to get these guys out of the way. What is that? Is that a tar gun? It's probably a tar gun. I doubt it's a chiral cannon. It'd be nice if it was. What is it? It's not saying what it is. It's just saying that it's there and I don't care. Tell me what it is. Let's try again. That one's got eyeballs. I don't like that. It hooked. Yeah, I bet you don't like that, bitch. It's making a real big stink about something being like right here and I can't fucking see it. Hello? There goes something, at least. I don't think that was that close to me, though.
dude.
Catch some of that for your troubles, bitch. The way that they shake the camera and make so much contrivance happens, you can tell. You can tell Kojima was like biting his thumb in anger that they made him make different ways for them to be able to like keep BT encounters from happening. Rudder wanted avoiding these things to be the hardest shit in the world. Doesn't seem like there's too many that are near us right now. I'm sure that's gonna change in a second, but I don't know that, so I just gotta act on what I do know. And that's that I don't see nothing. Wait, what? Where's my... There's my carrier. Oh, there it is. Did I lose connection to it? What the hell happened? I guess you could ignore him, but he's like right there. Another area, right? I think we're still missing one. Yeah, there it is. I don't want to grab it when these guys are all stomping around earlier.
Well done, Sam. That's the last of the cargo. Let's head to our destination and make the delivery.
Thanks for coming all this way. Sit. Not every day you see a bloke bring in a haul this big. Impressive. It's only right I reward
Yes.
the hard yakky you put in. Take this data with my compliments.
Is this also silence? It's a lightweight one, but I'm assuming it's still loud.
I'm going to increase your material allocation, just so you know. Take what...
Now displaying your current porter grade.
I've succeeded in refining the design of my old sniper rifle, made it lighter. Packs more easily when carried as cargo too, which ought to make it more viable as a piece of kit. It's still as loud as ever though.
Damn.
We've had to reduce its effective range otherwise, and we can't have that. So don't go thinking folks won't notice the racket. Then again, seeing as you've come this far, I expect you're a skilled enough shooter that it won't pose a problem. So use it to your heart's content.
Nah, fuck that. Give me a
Come back
silencer.
again soon.
I don't care. Alright, so I got the other one accepted still. Woo! Hold on. Put that in the truck. And these. Hell yeah. Immediately loading up again. But I mean that gave us a lot of good progress on him.
Give yourself a pat on the back, mate.
Oh my god, I need to get this. I need to get this to a base or something because it's fucked up. Problem is that the closest thing that could fix this up would probably be, yeah, it would be East Distro. So you'd have to go back that way. We now know what controls this patch of area. Let me see something. In order 46. What main order did we do already? We've only gotten up to 43. Alright. So it's gonna be a little bit until we can do stuff for Mr. Impossible. But at least we know. And that being said, is there another shelter or anything here? I feel like if I make one, it's just gonna be the base of it. But it really sucks that this area doesn't have one. I see something. Yeah, it's just the foundation of one. The amount of material that we'd need to make it would be way too much. Yeah. We just gotta go to East Distro. Let's suck it up. Because this thing is fucked. Now, the only thing about doing that is that I don't know if we're gonna make it. It's because of the sheer amount of timefall and shit happening in this area. Shelters and stuff, unfortunately, don't really help us. Or, yeah, timefall shelters, so. I am going to check that paver, but I'm also gonna mark East Distro. Is this off grid or is just no one bothered? Oh, just no one gives a shit. I don't think we have any contributors except for me and the chiral crystals for this. Yeah, damn. Brother. Oh, don't fall too much. Okay. Alright. Starting to get into some better treaded paths here. There we go. Should be alright. From here. So we have a bit of a better idea, at least, of what it's going to take to get a little bit more involved in some of these areas. Yeah, they go out and around the other way then. Oh my god, I hate timefall so much. What the fuck? It's just fucking wasting my time. Trying to get onto the highway again. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that without jumping, and that might be a little hazardous. Yeah. There we go. Oh, we're in the home stretch. I'm really hoping that now that we have this established in our area for this paver, that maybe people contribute stuff little by little to upgrade it. That would be nice. Oh god, please. Safe. And like wore out all of our paint and everything, dude. Like that's fucked.
Sorry I had to drag your ass. Where in the hell is this wayward thing turned?
Now displaying your current quarter grade.
You sure you want to leave when it's still dark out?
Order completed. Well done.
I'm kind of curious to see if we can make it up that way. We'll try. Hold on. Fix this poor fucking thing. Ceramics. Such an alloy. I have a feeling having too much in there is gonna cause us issues for this, though. Okay, this is on 20.
This cargo has been...
Yeah. Shut up. That's not gonna move.
Order
Let's
accepted.
see.
Thank
It's
you.
not gonna let me. No. Too heavy. That's probably still pushing it, but we'll see. Yeah, goddamn, you fucking shit. God, fuck, damn it. Yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of the special alloys right now because I don't really have anywhere to put them. So just put that there. That should be enough. I don't care about that shot, just let me do what I want to do. Goddamn. Alright, so we got our special tires. Do we need resin or do we need... Oh, we have the special alloys for that actually. I'll do that later. But we know we got it in storage, one way or the other. There's a fork in there. I don't think they can see anything down there outside of maybe that liner. Is that actually where we're trying to go with that? That's not the only thing we have, right? Yeah. It's weird that I only mentioned the lost cargo. That's why I was a little bit like iffy about it. Like, I'm pretty sure I made space for the other stuff and put it in before then, so... Oh shit, you know what? Once we hit this little cliff, I need to switch my hat. Because there's some stuff that I gotta... There's some stuff that I gotta change. Oh my god. Just go over a little bit. Go over a little bit. And just sit there for a second. Stop here, hold on. So I gotta put on my oxygen mask, and I don't know if it's gonna let me do it from here. This game's so fucking finicky. Just let me change my fucking hat while I'm sitting the fuck down. That's stupid. Why do I gotta get out to do that? Stop pissing me off, game. Oh, you went the wrong way. Oh, the adventure is here, though. Can we go back up this way from here? So, the adventure, we still don't really have a lot of stuff for yet. But if we could actually make it up from where we're at here, that wouldn't be awful. I'm gonna mark him regardless. Oh my god. This fucking drift. Stop spooning. I'm gonna do this first, because if he has anything that we can take down there, then that would just be better. But I gotta figure out where I'm gonna get up. Southport. Damn, Smith. What? Is that him? Yeah. What's that over there that there's a shelter then? That's weird. Please. Oh. It's not the best way to try to go about this part. I'll tell you that much. Alright. Come on, dude. Unfuck yourself a little bit. Alright, we're just gonna go down. Oh, what do you mean we're dropping? Oh no. Why did that count? Also, why am I stuck? Just roll down. Just roll down. I'm not jumping. I'm not doing it.
Sam, your cargo's at its breaking point.
I really don't need you to tell me that. That's not good. Oh my god, fucking I give up. I give up. I give up. 'Cause that's too much. Where the fuck am I? I am going back around the other way. Okay. You gotta be shitting me. Stop. What the fuck? Pissing me off. The physics for steeper shit like this is always ass. Stop. Let's turn around. This for a sec and get charged up. Okay. Now we're gonna use that shelter to repair. Because we are jacked up because Timefall Snow fucking sucks. Ooh, stupid. What's this?
I got you something to return the favor.
Stabilizer. Balance recovery and definitive posture correcting vernier thrusters. Functionality is identical to the version level 1 version. Now it takes up less space. It's true.
I've been reviewing materials allocations.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
I present the new and improved stabilizer. It's basically a more compact version of the original. I want to make it more viable for deliveries. It's the least I can do after all the ways you've helped me. Enjoy.
Order completed. Well done.
Hell yeah. Is there anything that goes? No, actually, damn. Got stuff that goes to the chrono? Literally everyone but the adventurer. Damn. Let me see if there's at least stuff that I can bring down to them. No. Resins and ceramics. That's it. Which, I mean, in that case, you might as well try to figure out a way to the chrono. That's a recovery. And the Phantom Smith is right there. Kinda wanna do this one. Just because of her being really close to another star.
Order accepted.
I don't know if I'm gonna have enough weight though. Okay, no, we're good. Alright, so we'll go repair. I think the only shitty thing about where we're gonna go is that it looks like there's a ghost mech or something over there. Yeah, there's also the question of how the hell... How the hell do we get up that steep ass bullshit? I'd rather go down and back up. Yeah, that's probably gonna be better. We just shoot all the way down. Alright, let me get prepared then. There is a recovery thing over there. That's just a request. Brother, it's not that complicated to clamber into a truck. God damn. That cutscene took way too long. The problem with this area is that there's still a good chance that there's gonna be BTs or something stupid. But those are a little bit easier to escape than bullets, so I just have to deal with it. At the very least, climbing and clearing some of this stuff will be easier since we have proper tires, but I don't know how the drop physics are going to be when we're going downhill. It's going to cause me trouble because I'm trying to go too fast or some bullshit. I might be able to just pull it off from there. Care, leave me alone. long as I can crest this and get a figure for where we're at here, we should be okay. Woo! Oh boy. That's really steep. And the other goober.
That you, Sam? Wow, thank you for working so late. I'll check your orders right away. This cargo looks absolutely wonderful. You sure took good care of it. Oh, wow, you found this? What a... Aw,
Hell
I
yeah.
appreciate all your help. I don't know where I'd be without it. Have enough materials? I've made more available to you if you need.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
What is that? It's a little rock. What this? Oh, it's got a little thumbs up on it. That's cute. Like. Accessory that features a like symbol carved into a piece of stone, said to make porters who are generous with their likes appear. Huh.
I made another trinket I think you'll like. A special knot. It's a charm that'll help you form stronger bonds with the people you meet on your travels. Attach it to your backpack. Till next time, Sam.
That's kind of neat. Which ones are we rocking right now? Making it easier to escape gazers and watchers. Love knot. Oh wow. Let's see. Whoa. recovery? From way over there, huh? Oh boy. 2 of them, of course. Just anything for me to get in trouble with BTs, this is what I'm seeing. And this one goes to your sister. Honestly, don't want to do any of those, so I'm not gonna. Alright, let me get repaired. I'm gonna go down off of this fuck ass mountain. I'm gonna see about going to another area. What are you guys all doing here again? Come on over here. Y'all wanna cause trouble and shit. Settle down. I wish there was a way to just speed through all this. Like, I want it. I don't want to sit here and skip through all this, though. Too slow. Get me out of here. Get unstuck. What the fuck? Oh my lord. You gotta be shitting me. Area. Stupid. We're gonna pick up enough speed just going downhill, so we'll chill that out for a second. What is with that? That Carroll Bridge? For why? Grab that. No, don't look at that. Stop picking up cargo.
Gotcha.
I'm not here for responsibilities. I'm here for good shit and loot. Get this ramp out of the way. What the fuck, dude? I'm getting rid of this because this is just a troll. I can't put my car off of this. It's just gonna fucking break it. I'm gonna fucking scream, dude. Let me fucking interact with the thing. Ooh, getting on my nerves. Get that out of my way. For the birds. I need to get rid of this other truck. This thing is flex.
Ah, there you are. Did you see?
Concerning rumor going on.
Someone might be hurt. So I'm pouring all my energy into getting to the bottom of it. I apologize in advance for being AWOL over the next little while. This work demands focus. And again, if you were willing to lend a hand,
I really don't want to.
way faster. If you're interested, you'll find the details by checking the suborders on this delivery terminal.
Oh, that's a ghost. That's not a real child. This just seems like a trap. Motherfucker's trying to get me killed. It's also interesting that they're saying that this is a bushfire zone when the one that we normally deal with is near the animal shelter. We haven't really had bushfires happen anywhere else. We're just conveniently having one happen here now. There's probably gonna be one there, but just in case, we'll make a tar cannon and put it in the truck. How convenient that this place that's never had brush fires before suddenly has one. For drama. Yippee. I really need this time falling the fuck off, dude. This shit's been running like this for way too long. There's no fucking reason for it to have been lasting for like several parts at this point. buddy. Fallen smoke. Oh, we do got a tar cannon. Okay, good. Somewhere in here, we gotta investigate the cries. I'm assuming it's just gonna be a fight. There's gonna have to kill a fucking BT baby or something crazy. This area also doesn't make sense because a lot of this is rock. What's catching on fire here?
Wait, did you hear that voice just now?
Baby, where are you? Oh, there it is. What is that? Nah, that's a little bird. What the fuck? Are you imitating the baby? Brother, no way.
So it was actually a lyrebird, the source of our mysterious voice. Well, let's take it where it needs to go.
That's silly. Why is my car on fire? Hey! Oh my god. Are we actually going to the animal shelter from here? Where would it be? No. Are we taking it to him? Or is he just gonna ask us to take it over there anyway? Yeah, I guess. Whatever. If he wants to do something with it. We'll go over there. I don't know if there's gonna be an easier way to get back to that bridge we just made, but that would be nice. Oh boy. Hold on. Try to keep around the way in around from this as much as possible. What's that? Ooh, that's right. Woohoo!
You're mine.
That's fine, because I didn't want that. You can keep it. Alright, we're doing good in terms of repairs then. Actually a decent investment. So we'll simpler stuff like this. For the most part, though, I do hope that this doesn't get in the way of our zip lines. That's the thing. If it does, I'm gonna have to get rid of it. Put some P crystals in here because these guys keep fucking breaking. Crystal de P. Oh yeah. Time for some deforestation, because I am tired of these little trees fucking up my cargo. There's a little birdie.
You got to the bottom of things, have you? Let me review the order. Long last, we meet the mysterious voice. A healthy lyrebird. You took excellent care of our new friend.
It's true.
You've helped me solve a fascinating
phantom gas.
Here's a little something to say thanks.
Grenade that expels a cloud of gas upon impact. Humans who inhale the gas feel faint and find themselves immobilized. Sam is immune to the gas's effects. Its ability to incapacitate enemies without drawing attention to Sam makes it well suited for covert operations. It can be stored in a grenade pouch. I don't know how I like if I like the idea that you just have knockout gas.
You can withdraw from.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
A superb lyrebird. Never would have guessed. Well, at least there was no one in need of help. As for the phantom gas grenade schematic I've shared, it's a highly effective weapon that can be used to disorient human targets. Exposure results in temporary visual and oral impairment, putting hostiles out of action for a while. The perfect tool for sowing chaos in enemy ranks in order to avoid a fight. Keeping quiet mostly. Settled down somewhat. Seems like an old injury is what prevented it from getting around on its own. My birds are adept at imitating human speech, but this one's talents are on a whole other level. Thinking I might entrust it to the animal shelter once it's recovered. And I expect I'll be asking you for help when the time comes. In any case, I'll get in touch via the SSS after I've made arrangements with the staff there. On detonation, the grenade releases a gas infused with tar particles.
Oh, that's why it doesn't.
It induces a separation of car and tar.
Whoa.
Your soul is temporarily drawn towards the other side.
That's fucked up.
The afflicted are powerless to act, naturally. Won't work on doom sufferers, though. They're immune. To reiterate, the effect is temporary and does no permanent damage. I have to thank you again. Your work was exceptional. I'll be sure to reach out to you through the SSS when I need assistance in the future. There's no shortage of intriguing rumors I'd like to investigate further. See you around.
All right. Pizza Man. Back to the chrono for that. Express to Victor? What? How? How would I ever? to be able to do that. How much time am I even getting for that? 6 minutes. So here's the thing. Like a big chunk of this we can do with the zip. I don't have a zip down the other side though. The only thing that I can think, and it wouldn't be fast, would be to find a way to zip our way to the mine and then take the monorail from there. But yeah, I don't know about that. Either route doesn't sound great. We don't really need special alloys on this side of things. So most of the monorails that we're aware of outside of the one that's still stuck on the under the Chiral network stuff are already done. Shoot about the nocturnal crying. Night after night, a child could be heard crying in the bushfire zone, but fear not, I figured out what's going on. Oh, also, if you're able to fabricate silent train handguns now, you haven't tried using one yet? Yeah. Mind you, don't dilly-dally out there, though. Sleeping enemies will wake up eventually. Let's see. Can anyone take a guess? It wasn't a child at all. It was a lyrebird that learned to mimic the human voice. The little guy didn't seem too badly hurt either. Should be able to spread its wings again before too long. Anyway, there's another mystery solved. And the bird was rescued from the bushfire zone? That's amazing. Thank you so much. I had no idea lyrebirds could impersonate people like that. Yeah, true. Oh, there is one thing we should probably look at. The Savannah mine hasn't been restored yet. Do I have enough special alloy on my own right now? Oh, pretty close. 480. 480 and that needs how much? Oh, we're good. Okay. Yeah, let's go towards that. And then we'll see about maybe some of the... Oh boy. Some of the highway shit here. Is the motherhood maxed out at this point? I feel like no. I feel like we have a lot of junk. She's close, but not quite. Let's get to the highway. Spray down, quick little repair here. Alright. Looking good. What the hell was that? Oh shit. Anonymous, my ass. But also thank you very much for the contribution for the anti-drift PS5 controller. Try to let you guys know when that comes in. Especially because I've been fighting this bad boy for a while. So thanks again. Oh, this takes a lot. Alright, I'm gonna have to try to allot the money for that to get put on there. So I can send it up. Which actually, that'll be my first time really handling a money goal to see how the process works.
That's the right way.
Okay, so he's got the SSS. Yeah, hopefully when it does come in and we sort it all out, it'll last us a good while. Thank you very much once again. Cause yeah, we we really beat up our controllers, unfortunately. Let's see. What kind is this? I don't know if it said beforehand, but we might as well restore it regardless. It would be nice if it was another metal one. Ah, special alloys again. So not super... not super crazy in terms of urgency for that, but... one thing that's interesting is that every once in a while you get these little strips of road and stuff that people are like, well, this other one's made already, we're not gonna bother with that. Like, damn. I guess because it's just, it doesn't really go over anything or make any paths. But the ones towards here speed things up, and obviously that part goes all the way across as a bridge. Sorry. No, don't grab that. No. Whoa, really? Oh, shit. This is a little bit awkward because we're not on a bike. We could get jumped here again. Ah. There it is. Take that shit, bitch. That sucks though, because that fucked up our cargo a little bit. I don't know what kind of damage those guys do when they hit. You were looking at something. What was it? Was it government? Wow. Way out here. There you go.
Displaying your current porter grade.
Nights around here get real.
Order completed. Well done.
mechanic. It's mostly just this area. Hold on a second. Because somebody mentioned that there was another guy that we could run into and do stuff for. And I don't know. So we know now that this strip is Mr. Impossible. We can't do that for a while. There's a mine here. The area that they mentioned it was over here. I think the Phantom Smith said something. So there's one or two possibilities. It's either whatever's at custom marker D. We also know that there's a more obvious spot. That's like a distro or a city or something here. But what we don't know is what takes up this spot. There's obviously something here. It's either this or something else, right? I'm gonna fucking scream if it's up here somewhere, dude. No way. That make me so sad. Obviously, this is this. This whole strip is just what that is. But this is just a base now. I don't think this is something that we can clear out and have be something. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm a little bit curious about this spot in particular. It seems more likely, because these are old ruins. You can tell that these are like the sides of buildings or something like that, because they're shaped too much to be anything else. But it's not so obvious what's here. Obviously, there's a mine here. There needs to be another structure or shelter somewhere in this area. Oh, hold on. No. I'm really hoping it's not. Unless it's whatever this is. There's a lot of little spots that seem possible. Man. What is that? Nah. Like, potentially, but probably not. That's kind of the issue. There's a lot of spots like that around here. Where there could be something, but it's not obvious that there is something. But I think what we should do is just whip ourselves around and investigate. So let's do that. Push comes to shove, we just go to that ghost mech spot and try to fight. Clear them out. So I'm sure they're being a pain in the ass anyway. I'm assuming as we go out this way, we'll probably see another line of paver outside of the one that was initially made. I didn't really think about it, but this might be because of the fact that it's just next to the facility like this. This way. We haven't really been out back this way or anything. There goes our next paver. And our next liner's over there. There's a balloon BT area here too. The network cut off.
Now leaving chiral network coverage.
I see we're outside chiral network coverage. If we come across any cargo marked for people living in this region, delivery.
Oh, he said it.
Make them more amenable to getting connected.
So we might find stuff. We have to clear out these balloons then. Southern Environmental Observatory? Have at it. Come on. It's gonna take us a little bit to clear out a path here. If you let the automated, I don't see a lot of red pockets here. And they're not very close together. No, do I really not have any more space? Ugh. Ugh. You know what I might do then is see if I have any materials to dump into one of these. I shouldn't do it until I know how much I really need to, but I need to make space. This one's been built. The Pizza Chef. What? The Pizza Chef made this one? That's crazy. Hold on. It's a little bit more lively now, so that's good. So this is who did it. Sometimes NPCs just do it. Alright, let's go back down and grab all that other stuff. So So is Southern Environmental on our map? SF or not? Yeah. I mean, obviously. These guys. Yeah. So whatever this is, it's not for these guys. I still want to grab these, but they're really heavy. There's nothing else really here on the shore. Maybe further into the mountains there are. So I can fully go on now. You know what? Hold on. Yeah, let me dump the rest in here. Honestly, I should have put it in this one instead of that one. I was just so bewildered that that was fucking like finished. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, what the hell is going on over there? It's crazy. Okay, that's a good chunk of the way done. And if and when we eventually get onto the network here, we'll be able to see get onto the highway, or maybe try to go past. So obviously there should be other stuff because he mentioned, oh hold on, is that it? What is that? That's a tar therapist, that's different. He mentioned something about finding cargo for someone nearby since they're off grid. The tar therapist is someone that we were sent towards, weren't we? I thought we already had this person on the map. There goes a piece of cargo too. I think we have a little bit for them as well. So let me try to get that. Oh my god.
Drawbridge credentials verified. Security measures lifted. Weapons detected. Be advised that usage is restricted inside facility grounds.
Hello, and welcome to my humble abode. You must be a porter. Ah, of course. You've brought a delivery for me. Excellent. I'll assess its condition right away. No way, you actually found this. You are special.
Oh.
Of that I have no doubt.
Is this a summon? Golden Hunters. Projectiles launched from the DHB Magellan's auxiliary cannon. They'll burst open into a large location, transforming into Golden Hunters that will drag nearby humans into the tar. What? Eliminating them without causing a void out. There's also effective at slowing down humanoid ghost mechs. But it does kill them. But it doesn't cause void out, so it's okay. That's weird. Wow. Okay.
Cupid. So that's why you and Drawbridge are out here. Very well, please. Connect me to your network.
That seems like war crimes. Damn. I mean, granted, we're doing it to fuck up a bunch of like terrorists and stuff, but like, whew. Yikes. We had those ghost mechs that we could try to fuck with it.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
But the more important thing is that we got these guys on a network now.
What a fascinating experience, this chiral network. Like nothing I've ever seen before. I'm a tar therapist, by the way. I heal people and fix natural anomalies with methods rooted in my own independent study of tar. My theories have other applications too, such as one relating to the Golden Hunters, which emerge from the currents. You see, I believe they can be launched from the DHV Magellan's cannons to render aid. To avail yourself of their services, you would need only request fire support from the vessel. And when deployed against human belligerents in this fashion, the Golden Hunters utilize tar to hinder and entrap their prey. But be warned that you can only call upon them within network coverage. And use them wisely. Okay? As you may know, all manner of hunters dwell within the tar currents. When Golden Hunters are alerted to the presence of humans, they attempt to bind them with tar and ferry them to the other side. I ran a few simulations with APAS which have already produced results. The power of the network is unmatched, isn't it? Anyway, they confirm that the DHV Magellan should be able to summon Golden Hunters and launch them with its auxiliary cannon. To do so with acceptable accuracy requires network coverage, so this won't always be an option. But consider deploying them against human enemies if you can. There's zero risk of triggering a void out, so No need to hold back.
Okay. So we're doing the withdrawal for that. Once that actually hits, we'll do the order.
Tar is not.
I don't know why they're saying there's a holiday delay. That's kind of weird.
Also exerts an influence on human health and other natural phenomena. If applied correctly, we can use it to resolve all manner of physical and mental imbalances. I've begun putting my theories into practice here. You can learn all about it by reading the corpus. Oh, yes. You've met the Phantom Smith already, haven't you? He's one of the few who truly grasps what I'm trying to accomplish here. With his continued support and the aid of the chiral network, I firmly believe I can develop even better applications.
Yeah, cool.
Thank you for taking the time to come see me. Do visit again. I'll be waiting for you.
So now we got this on a network too. East Distro. Is that a recovery? Yeah, it's a recovery. Boo! And not a lot of stuff here. Let's try to take a look.
You're looking well.
For the pavers and whatnot, because... now this whole area is a lot more connectable. There is... the next paver's over there. I can see it. I don't think that's gonna connect the whole thing, but it will help a little bit. Oh. I'm gonna put my thing up here. Try to take care of that. It's not as bad as I thought in terms of how much it needs. It doesn't seem like anyone that we know has really put anything towards it though. I can put more P crystal though. Because they're probably gonna get some more well dealing with these bozos anyway. So I'm a little curious. I want to see what happens.
Watch out, Sam! Opening fire!
Get him! From downtown. Eventually. They're coming. Still in range. Yeah. Run. of just infantry. Knock on wood that they don't actually start busting out like full-on Metal Gears and shit. Is that pretty much most of the area? Yeah, it didn't really do much. Oh. Alright, so that's handled. Oh, hold on. Sun must have really sat me when I was fighting. Alright, let's try to get back to our truck. Try to load up some stuff in this liner. So I think now that that's linked, this whole swath of area here is clear, which means the railway can actually be connected, and we should probably go towards the mine up here and see what that's gonna take. Is this the outer perimeter of the mine itself? Yeah.
Disengaging weapons restrictions.
Not a lot needed for this. More than we probably have on hand. Yeah, we got plenty of resins, but like, nothing else. This is one of those situations where for once we actually do need to fight some BTs to get a bunch of chiral crystals, because the usual ways of getting them from like these and stuff, we can get a little bit, but not a lot. You know, not as much as if we just fight. On the other side. Not a lot needed. Yeah, we'll put the resins to use here. So you need a bunch of special alloy for that. There and there. And then the next strip of highway actually still spits out of there. And you can see another paver right there. We can't really reach it from here with our scanner. But there was a request over here. I'm gonna go high-five some shit too. But we can go get potentially another pip out of the tar therapist, depending on how much this is going to give us. Is that the only thing? Tar collection device. Okay.
Thank you for coming. Please. I really didn't think I'd ever see this cargo. You've filled my heart with joy today.
Hey, nice.
You have
What is
such
that?
a refreshing energy and a strong back too. A true man of action.
Canteen level 2 can be refilled with timefall or river water. Improved boosts a larger capacity. Okay. I would say the bigger thing is just us getting more bandwidth and shit.
I've increased your materials allocation, so why not use more? My treat.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
I'd like you to take this canteen with you. It has certain innate healing properties, you see. I think you'll find that it's even more effective than your current one at helping you to replenish your stamina. When we overreach, we risk throwing our mind and body into disarray. It'll help ensure that your balance is preserved. Best of luck to you.
Order completed. Well done.
This scene's too easy. I'm looking at this and I'm like, but why? Not that I mind, but we'll probably make this the last delivery then. Well, as long as we can get to the highway, we should be alright. Assuming we don't get jumped by like ghost mech bikers or something weird.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Do I just add the level 2 canteen now? Yeah. Ooh. I drink it. It's kind of green. There's Gatorade in there. It's glowing in the dark. The sun. Thanks, Sam. As a token of my appreciation, let me teach you about the pressure points on your temples. The sun points. Apply pressure here to open up your field of... I don't know about that. Open up your field of vision. You're probably straining your eyes a lot outside due to the need to be aware of your surroundings. So if they feel tired, closing them for a while can help. Thank you. I guess also, yeah, eventually we gotta go back and transport that lyre bird. The lyre bird you brought me has made a full recovery, Sam. I've spoken to the people at the shelter. I think it's the best place for it now. They're better equipped to provide care that it needs. And it'll probably be a bit lonely here, after all. Would you mind doing the honors? Yeah, we can go back there eventually. This is a really kind of a lousy strip. We'll just use the bridge then. Although, yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't have an elimination mission for these guys, actually. Normally they don't like these things floating around causing trouble and shit. Oh, is that a... oh shit, hold on. Can I just... is that a machine gun or is that the cannon? What is this? I was gonna say, it's gotta be a shot cannon. Ah. That's really expensive though. You know what though? At least we know. So it takes a good chunk each time. If we're gonna use those, we really need to bust up some BTs. Those balloons can give away stuff too. So a bigger fight would help us out more in that regard. Probably the most that we've opened up this back area for ourselves then. Okay. What's this?
Thank you.
No, I didn't catch on dumb. Oh, good. Necrobiotes. Oh, you're gonna catch it, dude.
No one wants to see that. Just have to hold it in.
Who the fuck asked you? Do what I tell you. Goddamn.
Just have to hold it in.
Is it because they're too close to the facility?
Thanks for the help. Thanks, Pat. Thanks for the help. This one's for you.
Alright. I don't think this one's really gonna put us into another star. We'd probably have to have another one after this. Mostly because I don't think we really have a lot of lost cargo either. That's okay. Last collection box.
We appreciate the help. Just bringing up the orders now. Shouldn't take long. I've never processed a delivery that looked this good. You're even better than people say. Oh, dropping off someone else's stuff. And here we thought...
Yeah, now we got a little ways to go for 3. That's fine.
You've been a really big help. Anyway, I gotta go. Stay safe out there.
Order completed. Well done.
Oh. What do you got? It's mostly just stuff for everyone else. Got 1 recovery from over there. Machine components. Okay. What did he just say? I wonder what they taste. Don't eat that. No. Thanks, Sam. That's a huge haul. These biotes are pretty creepy color, though, right? I wonder what they taste like. Can someone tell me? There's no way I'm putting it in my mouth. You are correct to not do so. Unless you want to have an out-of-body experience or worse. I think for our purposes. Is this? No, chronobio, necrobio. So, extremely poisonous cryptobio. Temporarily prevents detection by BTs when eaten. Yeah. Because we're pretty much dead at that point. Like, it's fucked up. Time to turn in. fucked from that fight. Ugh. Oh wait, why is there a fucking... What happens when you eat it? Don't do that. Ugh. I just didn't give a shit. Put it in his whole mouth, damn. Our bug breakfast is getting a little bit bigger though, at least.
Nothing like a warm shower after a hard day's labor. Am I right, Sam? I've been mulling over the words Victor said to you earlier. He's gone, but he still feels so close. There's a universal truth in that sentiment. The closer we are to people when they're alive, the stronger the bond we forge with them in our hearts. No matter how much time passes, I still feel her presence. My daughters. No doubt you feel the same about Lou. One day, Sam, when you have a moment to spare, I'd like to tell you about my daughter and the strange events that changed the course of our fates.
Oh, shit. I have to keep that one in mind. Potential lore there. But that's gonna be all she wrote for now. Let us go on over to the intermission screen, because we are gonna try to find someone to raid here at almost 2 in the afternoon. Get my music going. Hey, there we go. Who's doing stuff? So I think at this point, the only way that we're gonna get more stuff on the network, I'm still gonna investigate that one spot that we saw next time. But I think for the most part, we're gonna have to just do more main story so that we can open up the things that are necessary for it. That being said, when we do come back later on today, we are going to be doing Super Robot Wars V, as well as the usual GBO2. So it's going to be a little bit till we come back to Death Stranding. Appreciate you guys for hanging out all the same, though. Let's see, Tria just started. That is a good stand-in, depending on who else is doing what. Oh yeah, we're going to have a lot of people doing Battlefield 6 now that it's actually out. I was surprised to see people doing campaign. I figured most of them were just going to be co-seeding and molding in the usual PvP. Oh, Noosh was on, but she's been on for like 4 hours. Damn. If I caught her sooner, that would have been good. I haven't seen her on in a little bit. There's someone here that we haven't raided in a hot minute. He's doing some Battlefield, actually. Yeah, let's go say hi to this guy. So he used to do GBO2 way back in the day. He does a lot of squad-based shooter stuff. I think he's also... Well, I don't want to say if I don't actually know for sure, but... Where did he go? Shit. It just like scrolled me up. What? Wait a minute. Okay, there he is. So Sappermans is doing some Battlefield 6. There's also drops enabled for all that, so... I guess they're doing campaign as well. If you guys want to hang out over there. Hopefully the bot has been behaving itself and it will actually just do the thing. Bye-bye, Spiker. Hopefully I'll see you later for dailies, sir. Dougie. So we have a Discord. We also have a Linktree link if you want to check out our YouTube, TikTok, all that good stuff. Trying to get to 500 over on YouTube as well. So I appreciate any support with that as well. I'm also going to try to get to work on that other order for that controller. Appreciate you guys who contributed towards that. Definitely keeping us afloat here. But beyond that, like I said, SRWV and GBO2 next time. So until then, I hope you guys have a good rest of your morning, night, whatever. Be sure to copy and paste one of those raid messages, and I will talk to you all hopefully later tonight.